Did you know I was EP? For some reason I'm trying to... For some reason the sound isn't coming through my headphones. Let me try and fix it. Kick. You're not first though, Blunder? Ox. I unplug my... Why? I understand. Guys doing this. Why isn't it working? Yeah, I slept really badly last night. I got really bad acid reflux or something. I don't know what. And then finally was able to get back to sleep. Apparently I got 7 hours though, but it's 49 out of 100. Very poor. Yeah, I feel it. Well, fuck you. So before anyone comes in, I'd like to say that it's kind of amazing how much one little tiny piece of shit can really make your whole body feel bad. Even though it's so tiny but mighty, like what the fuck? That is all. Improved after I put... I'm gonna try, maybe I can... Maybe I can Hey, Usk. My heart is bigger than my head. Please come through my... Ah, yes, okay. It was just a bug. A buggo. How's everyone doing? Ada, how are you doing? Drummy, how are you doing? Mom's Blunder, how are you doing? Usk, how are you doing? I hope you guys are more rested than I... Yeah. My thing is probably... What was I gonna do? I'm gonna do stream elements. I need to update my current subscriber count because it updates upward, but it doesn't update downward, which is kind of strange. Maybe it's just API stuff. Mammy murder the professor? Did Mammy murder the professor? What professor? I am the professor! Okay, and no, I didn't. It was a student, a research student. Got a big swan on her head. To change my goal. What's the progress? Whatever. I'll do it some other time. Swanson lady, exactly. So the next episode will be. Actually, I can just do continue. The adventure of the unbreakable speckled band. That's me below my nose. Thank you for the blink and breathe, Usk. Emmy and Ada, you still have, and Fox, you still haven't said how you are. I demand an answer. At least this time I can remember to take my meds. Okay, Ada. You're sick? I think that one of the reasons why I'm like having allergy-like symptoms right now is because I didn't get enough sleep to kind of counteract that, you know? Demi is great enough for all of us. I appreciate the sentiment, Blunder, but I would have said a word. You'll carry me through this? Today's Monday. No, Tuesday. Today's Tuesday. My bad. Oh, very true. Wow, Blunder. Yeah, I'm definitely in need of brain cells mode. Okay, this is unusual. But I'm going to... Wow, Blunder. I'm going to call in my emotional support Bob to help me through this. But normally I don't have anyone with me on what do you call it? but I know he'll be good about not speaking when I'm reading and stuff, so I'm not concerned.
Bob.
Bob. Thank you, Bob.
No problem, Bob.
But yeah, I think it'll be a lot easier with my emotional support Bob here. I will share this for you so you can won't feel tired, not tired. Oh god, the Freudian slips. So you won't feel quiet and alone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm unique. That's why my voice is weird.
What did you say?
Voice back to normal.
Huh.
I was yawning.
Oh.
Isn't clear.
At first I thought you were like making a joke because my nose is all stuffed up. I'm like, emotional support, Bob. What happened to you? Just kidding.
So yeah, your nose is stuffed.
Yeah, but it's just, I think it might be like cat related or something. But it's kind of like how if I don't have many spoons, or if like I'm physically ill, then I have fewer spoons to use towards emotional regulation. And so in that case, it's something similar now, but with like, because I haven't had sleep, those spoons that would have been generated from sleep are now affecting the physical. Perhaps I am, Fox. Perhaps I am.
I mean, now that I'm here, I hope it at least unclogs one nostril.
You know, I think you unclogged the left one.
Nice. I'm glad.
Okay, also I need to add. What do you mean, how come I always run out of spoons before noon? Why do you say always? What is that supposed to mean? So let me start fishing. I'm gonna also lower the cooldown back down to 60.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You don't. No, I was just gonna say that he doesn't get to decide when I lose a spoon.
Do you think you should do that emote on 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀 Friday?
What emote?
The one with the guys.
Oh yeah, sure. It's a good idea. Remind me.
Yeah.
What was I doing? Fishing. Where did the fishing go? Oh, here. You can't see it, but I can. Okay, have fun, kids. I'm gonna treat myself to some Thai food today. So, see, it'll all be bad. Pope Francis apologizes after reports that he used an offensive slang word referring to gay men in a private meeting. I can only imagine. Sorry, I was looking at my phone. Let me put this order in. Also, so my husband told me last night that he is going from work. He's gonna meet up with his friend, and he might be staying overnight. So it's 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 home alone for a day or so. Wait.
Oh my god, party!
I know.
Party time.
Party. Okay, sorry. I enhanced that reaction, but yes. Let me just put something to look forward to here. Pre-order for 12:30 p.m. I don't need to booby trap it. I just have dogs. Very loud dogs. This is gonna be crazy, but I don't think I've actually seen Home Alone. I know about it enough, but like I don't think that I've actually.
I guess either you don't watch TV on Christmas or you don't have a TV.
Well, I guess when I did watch TV over Christmas, it was always like that weird. It was either The Grinch, or it was that weird like live action one with the deer.
Live action one with the deer.
It was like it was not live action. It was like they used like little stop motion. It was stop motion. No, the Grinch I'm talking about was the animated one.
I had the Jim Carrey Grinch movie on tape. I had a friend who watched it, who wanted to watch it multiple times, like in a week. But one day, after the movie ended, he wanted to watch it again, and I just said, okay.
You mean right after he just finished it?
Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe it could have been like his comfort movie.
His comfort Bob?
Yeah, but yeah.
I can't believe you just put up with that. You push over?
I was a pushover. He was younger than me by 2 years.
I thought you were gonna say 2 weeks. 2 weeks! That's creepy, Fox. Okay. Let us continue. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
9th January, 6:37 a.m. On board the steamship 𝗟𝗶H. An enormous adder. Nice.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So, the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, What have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What?
Don't be absurd. This is murder. An cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you? And where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. 𝗟𝗶H𝗀𝘀. I presume you must have heard of me.
𝗟𝗶H𝗀𝘀. Oh, my head is throbbing. Same, bruh. I'm kidding. My head doesn't actually hurt. What's going on? Something's not right here. Oh, also, yeah, so I was wondering last time because, like, I noticed that, the vast majority of characters, have British accents. So, should I just give I know it's going to be harder to decipher for some people, but at the same time, should we be more authentic? At least for,
Are there gonna be British characters? Actual British ones?
probably. I mean, technically there was in the last scene.
I mean, at least for those.
But, like, canon-wise, like, the main character, he has a British accent because of the way he says objection and all the other things. It's obvious that he's British. 𝗟𝗶H𝗀𝘀 is obviously British. The girl... Okay, thanks, Blender. Yeah, I'll do my, Blender, when I asked Ada how my voice acting was, he said I sounded like a 50-year-old lady. And I was like, I'm actually trying to just kind of embody Hermione Granger. And he's like, okay, yeah, that tracks. So, like, posh private school girl. Thanks for the alert, Cox. So... I think, and maybe ask someone else, but, like, I think that apparently it not too bad. But maybe I'll try and do it poorly just for you. Okay, I'm just gonna do what I do. The dummy do.
But to do what you let me do.
Yeah, so, but considering the circumstances, I may need to warm up a little bit, so please excuse any... Wow, that's some bad voice acting. Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. How did he get in this locked room? I give the hydration check. Wait! I can't move. I should have, refill that at some point. Oh, not again. Come on. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, Oh, that's the Russian guy. I'm gonna just pretend that he's normal voiced. You don't need to assume that he's Russian, despite his blue eyes and...
From the anime cutscene, it appeared like only the big guy had a very thick Russian accent.
Yeah, the other guy was like, da! But that's like, he was... too bad, right? We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are true... Oh, okay, come on. You are a true cold-blooded man. I don't know how to do a Russian accent. How do I do a Russian accent? I know, like, if it's like, unless it's like, in Russia, bear hunts you. Like, well, even then, that's not even an accent.
Wait, what was the nationality of that other person? The woman with the whip? Wasn't she like Russian? No,
Oh, she was German.
German. Yeah.
That's it? Okay, I'll just do my best, and if anyone has any pointers, just let me know. But that is not an invitation to tell me how bad I am. Just tell me how I can prove. I do not believe how you could have not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Da. We found you. And now you pay. Criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, hmm? Sorry. Now you have been found. It's time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, hmm? No. I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that? Oh, it's a girl. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? No! Don't tell me Kazuma's dead. No! Not Kazuma! Ha! You pretend to not know. You are wolf in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. I'm just giving him a German accent. What? Kazuma-san's body was discovered not long ago. Not Kazuma, come on! That's not fair! That's not fair. Like, he was such a hero. And he had such a great life ahead of him. And what, now he's just poof, gone? Here, in this very cabin, it was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you are not doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! No. No! Don't worry, bro. I already did all the no's for you. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get into trouble? Don't find it in your... don't you find it fun to be a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? Oh, that starts in a minute. It was really something when they brought you your luggage here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey! Honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. Ugh, I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant, Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point, surely we can confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we had done, it would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the room. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding in my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Okay, break time.
Maybe I should take this chance to go get something to eat.
Yeah, go.
BRB,
Run!
like the wind.
Yeah, bullseye. I'm watching a video on Russian, how to speak with a Russian accent. Love lemon. Lovely lemon jelly. They're saying the dark L. V's and W's. So it's actually not too far from a German accent. The L's are pulled out like this, and the V and W's are combined. I will have trouble with pulling out the syllables like the Russians do. However, I will do my best. With practice, I will get better. Better. What the fuck am I doing? La 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 la. Welcome back, everyone. I have no idea. I've never seen it. Stop worrying. I tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something like on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Duh, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is about to get worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is really try to find out what really happened. He's really been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. Hi, Gangle. Gangle's here. And these handcuffs. They think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer. When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via the porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Nani? Or to put it another way, the culprit could have only been someone inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san. Sato-san. You have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died. The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until his expert has been consulted at our next port call. So presumably that means there was no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Can't anyone actually tell me what's happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone else. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... did you come back, by the way? I think you did.
Yeah, I'm here, yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, you're good. He would always wake up before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning he did not come. I could sense he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at the cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... No, Fox, why would I? There was Kazuma-san collapsed on the floor. Wow, look at that. Look at that, outline.
I don't see no Russian, though.
Cause you're Kazuma? I don't know. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe to me too, trust me. Now I've told you everything I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. Ugh, my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. This is interesting. She can ask me questions. Why are you even aboard this ship, 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀? You said something before about being stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. There's 2 weeks left since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you occupy Kazuma's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? What? Why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why did you want this? What's the real reason? Yeah, he's the one with the flapping hair flaps. flapping headband. Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me into England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? I think that you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. Let me lower the volume over here. But on a personal level. Because I just am at the wrong place at the wrong time at all times. You have to become a killer. Or, if you were to become a what? Then what? Nothing. Oh, I pressed this by accident. Nothing, forget it. Kazuma-san, he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change to the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes, then. It was darker than I'd ever seen before. Susato-san. I'm sorry we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on this ship, I mean. I know, Kazuma-san. I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid becoming guilty by association. Hey, Ledig! Welcome. Yes, that's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. Ledig! Wrong place, wrong time. Tucker and Dale. I've never heard of that. If you're not the culprit, then tell me, what happened last night in the cabin? Well, the thing is, I'm existing, and I have my emotional support Bob, and I have Thai food coming, so I'm holding in there. I didn't sleep very well though. I don't remember. Kazuma-san brought me something to eat just like he always did. And then I got myself in that wardrobe over there just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. Well, yes. So deeply you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed. Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do. But it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. and for some reason my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? I love how even when she's like thinking, she's so elegant about it.
Yeah.
Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Wow, that egg. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. And hey, it got you and Carlos to donate, didn't it? So I don't think that's gonna happen. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could have possibly done this. Ugh. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Ugh, I can't take this. Don't try and go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here. And I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around? My hands tied while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Dude, you have handcuffs on. Like, what are you gonna do? Hiya! What the?
Damn.
That was a Susato takedown. Susato what? Martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to? Have you forgotten already? What you just achieved a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in court. Ah, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Well, the paper seal is written in his handwriting. I forgot what the... This paper seal I wrote for the wardrobe. I remember really working hard to make it. But I'll never forget how Kazuma reacted. You expect the Russian... Why do I keep throwing in R's now? So many R accents. Do you expect the Russian crew to be able to read that? He said. Still, I was sure people would get the idea, even if they couldn't read it. So we used it anyway, and it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but no one opened the doors. Because Kazuma put it on for us. We wrote it, Kazuma put it on.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this the piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same thing last night as well. Ah! Yes, of course. Oh, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe said before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. I think it can get quite confusing. Creepy and kind of rush and other scenes that might... Oh, I see. I didn't poison Kazuma! Why are you so suspicious of me? Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-san thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Fox, no! Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating here, at least. Thank you! So you finally believe me? I'm sorry, no. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back on position. What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. No, I didn't do it! I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you to use your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example.
Right. Except that, Fox, that same logic was used for the fact that the door was locked on the inside.
Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death.
Sleep well, Fox.
Fluff,
Yes.
what was the cause of death? I missed that.
We don't know. The doctor is looking, but he doesn't have enough experience to actually be able to tell, so... Night, Fox! So, at the next port of call, they shall have a coroner and see in there. I think I conversed everything, yeah.
And I thought, Fox.
Hmm?
Night, Fox.
These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? What are you staring at me? Oh, sorry, I just was thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Oh yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? I'm sure you're careful to, I'm sure you're careful to look all around using BM, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now.
I like that it has a check.
The books have fallen over on the shelf, look. They've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea. Although he has fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf had been ransacked, everything mowed down at once. I wonder if... Perhaps it was Kazuma doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubted it. Then perhaps... It was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like seeing a mess. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, it's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside the case. Ah yes, I see it says "this way up" in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in there. Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue for it in his final moments. Was he? I'm sorry, partner. I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then, what language is it? It pains me to admit, but I don't know. But she was there when the guy was doing the thing. Come on, man. It's not a foreign script. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? What do you think of this? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. It's a cat bell! The glass is such a beautiful color. You guys hear him meowing?
I think I heard something.
Yeah. He's just like... He's like, meow! 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 Like he's inside. I don't know what he's doing. What are you looking for? Huh?
Last time we started hearing weird sounds in game was a baby. It's a cat.
She's hiding a cat behind her! It looks like a cute little 𝗟𝗶ৃ fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? It has some sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It's the color of the brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Said me. Yes, this is a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households also often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose no one comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just everyone is busy, that's all. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole for which fresh air can circulate in the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator. Ha, I keep saying my R's. If that's what it is. Looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear so. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air in the room, surely it would be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so rain and spray doesn't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that? I suppose. Maybe that's it. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh? No, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage on your own in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I basically did have to live in the wardrobe. I don't understand why, like, who are these people that they're just expecting people to just go through their stuff all the time? Rude. And last night was no exception. But because of that, you have no idea what happened out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. Wait, letting... Did Ledick tell us how he was doing? For some reason, when I scroll on the stream chat, it scrolls in the game, so in case you're wondering why I'm just, like, mindlessly going back and forth,
I mean,
that's why.
he seemed like he was in a good mood.
Oh, okay. Big. This is where dear Kazuma-san would have sat whenever he was writing. Oh, Ledig. London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means... what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. Could be a valuable clue. Yeah! That is out of the question. What? Kazuma-san may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-san. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be a European. Oh! How did he... You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here. He looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Oh, Holo-san, don't tell me. You really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And he's investigating his Kazuma's desk, or is he playing with it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we shall simply must talk to him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect you've noticed already, but just in case, you press space on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Excuse me. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Same, Ledig. I don't know. Maybe not like a way better, but like I like her relationship with Phoenix. That's what I like, not necessarily her personality itself. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst we venture towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how... How did I deduce that, perhaps? It was really the most elementary deduction. Hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course. A great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madame. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you were a merciless revolutionary. Yeah. I think email pops up in the Apollo series. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake and now travel to England blowing up the Crystal Tower. And, with the beribboned occupant in this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, aren't you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits this bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution, too. Shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way I... Hiya! Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. What Usk said. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came to your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see. What do you make of that, Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you can call it a deduction. It's more of a plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude, and more often than not, I'm right. Huh. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women all the world over. The inimitable 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀. So, it's really you, the actual 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀. The very same. The imitable, actual 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world. Naruhodo-san, of course I do. There's no one who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on? Hold on. I think maybe food might be here.
Dogo. If Dogo is barking, means there is someone at the door with food. Trust me, I'm Sherlock Holmes.
I returned.
What's food?
Yes. Food. Apparently the guy was ringing because like the last time he rung, it was like 5 seconds long, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm sorry.
He was ringing it for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, he was like holding the ringer, the bell buzzer from downstairs. I'm eating pad thai. Thank you for the book. So I'd like to confirm that I'm glad that I'm streaming today. Excuse me. And that, to reiterate the enjoyment I get from voice acting, Ace Attorney. Thank you for the 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 process.
Makes me happy.
Yeah, and it helps that I have this here food and this here Bob. One moment while I a bite. I hope my tenacity pays off. I think that you guys can appreciate the efforts.
I think we do.
Hey Shroomer, how you doing? They said it was scary. Why is it scary?
Hey, Shroomer.
Well, Blender, I didn't. How can it bother you if you don't hear it? You know. Oh, never. Oh, gotcha. I need to make a list of tweets that what's the word? Like highlight my rigging. That, like, you know, earlier on they didn't necessarily receive as much. Like, people didn't know me, so I need to remember to like repost them from time to time. Such as the teeth rigging.
Yeah.
How art thou, Shroomer? I'm honored and touched that you showed my rigging to someone. Thank you, Blender. Although there's still a lot more to be done to it now. Ooh, enjoy your nap. Aww. Coming from a ninja celebrity like you, I appreciate that. Aw. You're making me blush. Demi, what do you think of the game so far?
Well, it's interesting. I like how Sherlock Holmes looks like he's very incompetent.
You said incompetent?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's interesting. I wasn't expecting it.
Celeb eats a whole pot of mac and cheese, then passes out from the food coma. That's how a true celebrity should do it, Schumer. But yeah, realizing that he was incompetent made it much more fun to voice because they could just have him have that bravado of confidence. But I wonder if his reputation precedes him, or if it's like just some guy acting as, like, in this world, is the book written about Sherlock Holmes and this guy's just pretending to be Sherlock Holmes? Is that how it's working, you know? Thank you, Schumer.
Yeah.
Enjoy your nap.
I could imagine him being right in one case, making him very popular, and then his words are truth.
Yeah, exactly like fortune tellers or something. It's like,
Yeah.
I sense that you have a great challenge that you're facing right now. It's like, oh, how did you know? Also, I made the mistake of, like, when I breathed in, I almost choked on the piece of egg roll in my mouth.
You like to multitask, don't you?
I don't think like is the right word. It feels, this is necessary, and then I die. No, it's no longer necessary. Oh, just a reminder to anyone who hasn't heard, the Donathon has moved to Friday the 7th, so 2 days after when the Donathon originally was going to be. This allows more people to be there, and more people who would like to donate to have their paycheck. And just all around, it seems like a better choice. I just arbitrarily chose the 5th because it was 5, and I knew I wanted it soon, so that's why I chose June 5th, but I think it's clear that June 7th will be a better choice. Now I am filled with egg roll. I'm much more energized. Also, I refilled my water bottle, so. And let's hope that I now don't face a food coma. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him what he's deduced. People have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? So, you're a great detective, are you? Oh, you know what? You know what this reminds me? Oh, no, actually, I guess I was thinking of, like, what was his name? Look at me? Look at me. But he said ace detective, not great detective. So I feel like the great detective is like the historical version of ace. Because like instead of ace attorney, great attorney, you know? Yeah.
Great attorney.
You. So you're a great detective, are you? I'm sorry, what's your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one, the only, 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. Oh, I see, you're German? Hairlock, was it? No, I have no hair. I mean hair, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. That's true. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Rand's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England, especially. Ah yes, here it is, The Adventures of 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. So, you're the protagonist of a series of short stories, then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories that you started to believe you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I am not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. So did he actually write them? Did he, like, write about himself? Is that what they're... Because it says your stories. Do you think it's your stories because he's the protagonist, or your stories because he's writing them?
I guess we'll figure it out.
Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot. Well, I guess I don't really forget, but in terms of the Watson thing, kind of remember the Watson person, like first person, but Watson person. You know? Anyway, your inference is backward. Backward. My trusty biographer records. He's literally answering my question. My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've become fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I am returning from Asia to have solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Although I have to say, even if he is incompetent, his tech is cool. The fact that he could tell stuff.
Yeah.
Should stand for something, you know. Really, I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of the reactions in his subject. A fervid glance, a twitch of muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I've demonstrated only a few moments ago. How can he look at me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn for both observation and deduction, and fame. That is what makes me the one, and only 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝘀. That was a very long-winded explanation. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? I have managed to deduce anything? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It is none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝘀. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-san this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀 was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀. Ah. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, 2 facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? 2 facts, you say? Mr. Sholmes, please tell us. What 2 facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. Elucidate. I thought it was elucidate. Anyway, whatever. The 2 facts I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering the escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-san would have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. What the fuck? This guy's so full of shit. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderobe, maybe the name of the killer, a certain Rob Gardet, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to check the inside of the wardrobe there, at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Oh, she dropped the san. How disrespectful. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is this that I'm the Russian too? What's funny is I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of Russian people. I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered in the court record. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Ah yes, the train of reasoning that's led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining the train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if that interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, now the famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the mere merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah yes, the more sordid details. It's very commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was a Russian because of what Kazuma wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same as the merciless revolutionary. Are you saying that they look the same, this guy right here? No, I don't think so. One who would kill the very man who helped him escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you. Villain Bolshevik. No, how could it be me? Huh?
Name. Villain.
Villain Bolshevik. And also, we have an ad. But, I don't think you had to worry too much about interrupting or anything. If you have, like, a peanut gallery comment.
Yeah, I'm also hearing it as if I was just enjoying the show.
How's my voice acting doing? Is it passable?
I wasn't even thinking that it was better or anything. It's like, yeah.
You were just immersed, I should say.
Yeah, I was. Good job.
Thanks. Although I don't mean it to sound like I'm trying to fish for compliments.
You didn't use the fluffy poofs.
No. I definitely do feel more confident with a British accent now than I did before. Although I need to work on my variety of accent. All I have is inflection.
You had a lot of variety in the last game. You just need to find it again.
No, but I mean variety in different British accents. Right now it's just using tone and emphasis. Like I have Sholmes being like overzealous. I have Ryu kind of taking over what Kazuma had, but like less deep. And then Susato-san I have as just like a higher voice, higher soft voice. But they all kind of have the same accent.
I watched a video about D&D, trying to make voices without knowing accents.
Mm-hmm.
And it will, almost everyone could do this. It was like making your voice higher pitched or deeper. You could do it, and also making it slower, talk slower or faster. It will also make a big difference.
I haven't tried the speed thing. I'll try that.
Yeah.
Except with Old Bag. Old Bag, I definitely tried it.
Old Bag?
Old Bag. Wendy Old Bag. She talked really fast.
Oh, yeah.
I like the music to this game.
Yeah.
It's
nice.
I'm a little kind of like taken aback by kind of how long-winded it is. I think maybe it's because this particular game they really took, because it's like kind of doubles as a visual novel straight up rather than just a game. I guess they were like willing to kind of push that aside more, if that makes sense.
I see.
That mechanic. Because obviously the other ones are the same too, but I feel like there is less of this kind of like back and forth as much, and there's more like actual getting to the investigating part, you know.
It's like I tried to create a narrative. I don't know. Yeah, it's what you said. Oh, also, do you think they are using like technology that didn't exist, like infrareds and stuff like that?
I mean, it makes sense to me. I mean, look at Sherlock Holmes. Like, what is he doing?
So like at first I thought it would be a bit more historical.
Uh-huh.
But I guess the well.
But then
the
you
previous
forgot that
game
this is
also had spirits. Yeah.
yeah, and also you forgot that this is the type of game that will have putting a killer whale on trial. So
Oh, is this the one?
I think it might be Apollo that has the killer whale on trial. But like they had a parrot on trial, they had a radio on trial. They had a
The radio. Well, yeah.
remember the killer,
The killer. How could the radio have done it?
Objection. Welcome back, everyone.
Your Honor, I have no orders. Could I have killed him?
All I can do is hop and make sound. No, no, no. How could it have been me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Oh, please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Ah yes, the journal clearly interviews the man and printed all these particulars in the article. The deeds of the man has perpetuated thus far, and he's plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to do interviews with reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from and what about the part where you said I was returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is that, anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. The article about revolutionary has been added to the court record. And you might find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back. Cast your eyes upon it sometimes if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there's a picture or two. Oh, who this lady? There's a ballerina. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor could I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. About the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novavitch ballet disappeared from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. It really is Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear that the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara as you pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum. Sato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves.
The tiara is property of the 𝗟𝗶ሔር. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain.
Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country?
It does seem to be the Russian thing to do.
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian.
No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you are floundering as a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, "Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai." Yes, you told us before. It reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale.
Oh my goodness, he is fearsome.
Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was all right, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he only needs to shave it off.
I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes.
Actually, let me just double check that. Oh wait, okay, never mind. Before we start talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Oh yes, the victim.
Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all?
Observe for a moment as the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes about the... Oh, London Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes about the trip.
Ah, but... I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people.
Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading.
You mean you've read it already?
It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, I believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese.
Oh, I see.
Well, you're about to know what Susato takedown is. Susato-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns?
I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean?
Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear that the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of this writing? Pray, be precise as to the details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, makado. Nado. I trust you are suitably impressed. Huh. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. Ha 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 ha! So what was all that showing off before, then?
If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes.
What does nado mean? Does anyone... Oh? You nado? I'm much obliged, my dear madame.
The final entry here in Kazuma's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound.
A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on.
The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks to be a sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? Is it a snake that killed him? But then where did the snake go?
I have no idea, as I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the grill over there. To the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Ah, you have somewhere to go. As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. Ah, thank you, 𝗟𝗀. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exhaustion. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon. Do you think, perhaps, that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You were quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really. So what? Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway. That was then, this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play your part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Ha 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 ha. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is twisted as his name. Now, Hojo-san, what are you standing there for? Huh? You must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can— Hiya! Oh my god.
She's drunk.
After Kazuma-san spent his dying moments struggling to leave us here, you're willing to give up. You're just gonna roll over and accept your fate.
Ugh. As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. Peach. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door.
Good idea.
The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. At first I thought she was going to break the chains.
Yeah, same.
And I owe it all to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this, to bring the real culprit to justice. Just making sure I got everything over here. What the fuck was this? That's my dinner for last night, a roasted chicken. It was really tasty.
Yes, it was delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here?
I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate on the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how did the plate end up on the floor?
But Kazuma-san didn't like the chicken at all, did he?
No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which means all the more for me.
Oh no! Does that mean poor Kazuma-san spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible.
Ugh, now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach.
That's Kazuma's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it.
Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana was his soul.
I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip.
I suppose that just shows how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Segi. Seji? G. Gi. Segi. Did we, this is what we established? Segi? Segi, the GI is the Gi?
I think so.
Yeah. The Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma.
Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart.
Segi. Yes.
Yet, you can really look at those... Can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully?
Of course I can.
I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on this ship?
Now you're going to bring that up, aren't you?
I can't win. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason.
Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute.
What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner after all. At all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No.
Excuse me. What? I was wondering if I could ask you a favor.
But would you mind if I investigated a little outside?
Grandmother told me Japanese people, do not make jokes, but I see that's not true. Sorry? The criminal asking prison guard to help him escape. Very funny.
We're in the middle of the sea. There's no chance of me escaping.
Niet! You stay in this cabin until next port. Then it is up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay!
Alright. There's no point in trying to appeal to this man's better nature, that's for sure. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed.
It's quite a small bolt, but not particularly sturdy. And it just slides across the door shut. Hey, Kyo! Welcome, Kyo! Thanks for the raid, buddy! Buddy old pal, buddy old pal. How was your stream?
Welcome.
How was your stream? Honkai Star Rail. But yeah, since you happen to be here, if I don't happen to do, I think that I'll probably pick up your rig again next week after, well, I guess that's not next week then, that's like week after. Soon TM. Quite well. It's a combination of 3 streams. How's it a combination of 3 streams? How's that work? Also, how are you doing today? Oh wait, I already asked you how you're doing. Or maybe I asked you how your stream is doing. I don't know, whatever.
Are you okay, Fluff?
Perhaps. I'm gonna stick some nudes in my mouth.
Some nudes?
Nudes.
Some what? Nudes?
Nudes! Oh, nice. So it's more like you meant like 3 topics in one rather than 3 streams. Otherwise, I'd be having, like, multiple streams every day.
But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once that in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a very clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself.
Still hot here, by the way, it's great. You're welcome. I'm glad. I hope your stomach is feeling sufficiently better. I know you said it was feeling better before, but now I hope it's top notch.
The door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal perfectly together. There'd be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid.
When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine.
Oh, look over there. The crewman, you mean? He wasn't there before, was he?
That's what I thought. Why do all these people keep coming in without our notice?
Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again, but I suppose I could try. Is something wrong, 𝗟𝗶ጵ𝗪𝗀𝘀? Oh no, it's just the crewman standing by the door. I can't help but feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
It's the chief inspector. That's what I think. What were you gonna say?
Is that the guy that will bleed from his mouth?
Yeah, I think so.
Because I had that feeling before.
Because his hair, right?
More like the face shape.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes. What can I do for you? But it's interesting that he didn't have a British accent in the anime thing.
Yeah.
I recognize that face, but it can't be.
Why is he like this at all times?
I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga.
I thought it was because she poisoned him, not that he just has a chronic, like, tuberculosis issue or something.
Hello again. What are you doing here?
I think that should be my line.
I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope.
I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew on board this ship.
Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask.
I never expected to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence could help me get out of this hopeless situation.
He always has special orders. They're not special, they're all special.
So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew?
I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility.
For what?
My orders were to act as 𝗟𝗏's son's bodyguard.
Asogi?
Who is 𝗟𝗏 again?
But isn't the name Asogi? Do we know?
𝗍. Oh yeah, 𝗍. Sorry, 𝗟𝗏. Like, he wanted to say G. 𝗟𝗏. Because, like, I said G, but I thought my brain was doing was, like, the correct way, like, switching it, like, no. So I basically switched it, and then switched it, and then switched it, and then switched it. 𝗍.
I could be wrong, but is...
𝗟𝗏. No, I think it's 𝗟𝗏. That's what Sora was saying.
Don't they just say G when there's a J letter?
Maybe. Yeah, but like I told Sora, it's like when it's like the way these characters are, there's like so many O's and everything, it's hard for me to kind of wrap my mind around it. Whereas other names that have Gi in it, it's like perfectly fine and easy for me to pronounce. I know, it's weird. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas tour to go ahead. What? Who is that person though? Sogi. I can't remember who Sogi is. And I'm not usually the type of person to forget stuff like that. Sogi. No one remember who Asoki is?
I can look it up.
No, don't look it up.
I remember the name.
And he entrusted me with assuring Asogi-san's reach Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even be a possibility?
It's Kazuma.
Oh, right. Alright. I forgot his last name. I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-san was assassinated. Obviously, we couldn't give Sogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi is dead as a result. I am a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word. Permission, please. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman over there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose. I'm just not a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason for why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I can to persuade the captain to allow it, really. I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how... There may be a way. What? Really? Think about how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same when you're in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel, and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective the evidence he needs to persuade the captain.
What's this? What's that? Oh. It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Strange. In what way?
He wrote, "What looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill."
A speckled band. That is strange.
Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is...
Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it?
You're very astute, Inspector.
You know, just because we said ventilator like 5 times, no big deal. Next, Sherlock Holmes. That ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin.
That's right. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was.
Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain is giving me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you.
Really? You're willing to do that?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though.
But what about the captain? Aren't you going to go against his direct orders?
I'm a man of my word. I'm the captain now. And I promise you that I lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Sogi safe. This is the least I can do.
Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last.
Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. Nobody move until I press move. Move. Look, it's a cheese trap. 9th January, 7:48 a.m. SS Buria, first cabin passageway. First class passage.
Phew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on the study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage.
Really? That must be awful. Why are you doing... Goofy hell, what happened?
Oh, because I got caught.
Oh, nice.
There's another crewman keeping watch. He looks enormous, even if he's sitting down.
Why does he have, like, that... Like, why does he have those marks on his face?
Door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't.
I suppose. Like people in handcuffs?
Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already.
Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe.
It must have been a very trying time for you.
Please, don't give me that pitying look.
Excuse me, but could I ask you something?
You little stowaway murderer.
That wasn't a very good start, was it? Alright, let me try this instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class, you... Wait, he said the little... Let me look at the video again. You little third... What do they do with the third class lady's maid? I'm trying to look at the video again. It's so embarrassing. Lulu. Sad little littles. Love. Lemon.
Vodka. Pushing out syllables. Okay.
Oh, we seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san.
I am not sailor. Sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman. Beef Stroganoff.
Why are these names are so like stereotypical?
No, the name
Yeah,
looks
beef
like
stroganoff.
beef
Yeah.
stroganoff, yeah.
Beef yeah. Looks like he's charred like beef too. Oof.
Best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area.
Here we are in the finest part of 𝗟𝗶ሔር steamship for very important persons.
What sort of important persons?
Government officials, kings and queens, traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place.
Gosh, that's amazing.
But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you into the ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal.
Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Susato-san, you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Oh no.
Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation.
Well, it sounds like there's someone next door in the cabin at least. Yes. It is tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next door to Mr. Asogi?
Asogi. I keep overcorrecting. Asogi. His name is Mr. Grimsby Rollard. Lord. He is a very important Western gentleman.
A Western gentleman?
Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of the student boy.
How can you be so sure about that?
Mr. Royat is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in a lowly student from insignificant Far East islands.
That was harsh. Could you tell us where Mr. Royat came aboard?
That is not your business.
Come to think of it. Even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupied one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Isn't that right?
That is not your business. I'm so bad at this Russian accent.
Why are you here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff?
Ah. All the time, so criminals like you cannot come in or out.
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is sad about student boy.
Were you watching last night as well?
Of course. I think it's funny how he always, like, has pauses. Like, I wonder if he's, like, trying to translate in his brain or something.
Did you notice anything at the time?
Yeah. No, sorry. I was thinking that same thing.
Anything unusual?
Hit! Or something.
Sir Sato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no.
I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all.
And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way.
I said no!
Sorry. Not so sure. I could have sworn he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there.
This is enough. I cannot say more now.
Oh,
It is time for me to report the captain. You must return to cabin.
yes, all right.
Bulkhead to second-class area, staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on the top of the mountain, or as the English say, when the pigs fly.
Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we?
Definitely. I guess it worked out that I talked to him first. Maybe he would have stopped us prior.
That's the way to the second-class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that a burly seaman will surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with talk of I started it with my talk of running away. There's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. That book on top of the table there's really huge. There's a pen with it too. Yes, I'm sure there's a ship's log. Shall we have a little look around? Look at it. The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough-and-ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably, that means there was nothing to report. This looks like a plan of the 𝗟𝗶〗. It shows each deck. Look. The 𝗟𝗂 is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing in my mind for quite a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. Is it? Well, considering the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan. Yes, they're not metal, but they're enormous lumps of earth, many, many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They just float happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Hey Sushi, how you doing? Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help us solve that particular mystery. Let's ask.
Hey, Sushi.
No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one there to help us with our inquiries. How annoying. What do you think this is? A very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. Probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship. It brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh. This I have to see. What are you doing, 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗀𝘀? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs.
I'm good. I'm just a little tired. I'm good.
You know full well that's not what the alarm's for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be even in a worse situation.
Huh. I wish everything would just stop. This ship included.
If you have to do something foolish, at least make it sure it doesn't affect everyone else. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman.
Stand aside. I am a bit, I almost gave him a Russian accent. Or my fake Russian accent.
I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes!
I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking the doors off their hinges.
Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted.
It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick?
I think we should go in. There's no time to think about the stress relief.
Oh, I should have looked at the other stuff. I can probably look at it later, though. 9th January, SS 𝗟𝗀𝘀. First class cabin number 2. Who are you?
A Western gentleman. This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream.
A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin.
True. So a man does appear to be the only person here. But in that case, who just screamed?
Get out! All of you, now!
Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. 𝗟𝗶ጵ𝗹𝘀𝘀, I believe?
Yes. It's me. And you are?
I am the one and only, the actual Sherlock Sholmes. You must have heard of me, no doubt.
No.
I am a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less.
So I assure you, you may trust me completely.
The man uses that magazine like a business card.
A detective? I do not trust detectives.
We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself in the wardrobe at this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open up that small traveling case?
What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in this small trunk like that?
Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk? Don't look at me. Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Haruto?
Naruhodo. Fuck.
Yes! The case just shook.
Leave. Now. Otherwise, I called steward.
But this is Cosimo's neighbor, Mr. 𝗟𝗶ጵ𝗹𝘀𝘀. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝘀, we'd like to ask you about something.
No! Oh! I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now.
This is going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree. There must be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with that Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝘀. Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝘀, we'd like to talk to you about something.
No!
Oh.
I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now.
Oh, this is going terribly.
Yeah. My OCD means I just want to click everything at least once, even though I know they're going to get the same response. No! I don't want to talk.
Out of my cabin! I get it! Yes, yes. The shelf is just is turned over just like the other guy. What do you think you're doing? Ah! This is my cabin. Get out.
Do you think that something happened with the ship? Maybe because of a storm wave or something?
That's what I was thinking.
Everything tumble.
But it had to be a pretty big tumble for them all to move. There doesn't seem to be anything more we can do. But there may be someone else who can... Yeah, I get it. Okay, fine. Great detective. Shut up.
You have a moment, please, Mr. Shlomes. You need only address me as Shlomes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Shlomes, what were you doing in there?
Why? I was resting, of course.
Resting?
Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of a wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service.
Oh!
And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken?
Well, no, actually, you're spot on, for once.
Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylet, is clearly trying to hide something. Do you know what the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Although it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusive for the Russians. Right. Thanks to the lurk. Can you imagine how a Russian might react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
Oh yes, please!
Well then, what are you about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. So, I feel like either this is the villain, or this is like the girl dressed as the villain. It's kind of short.
Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you?
What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or the Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think it's either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone.
That's right. And Mr. Shlomes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. The bias sees the judgment.
Shh! I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering into my face like that?
Ah, just as I thought. Yes. I've quite made up my mind now.
Huh?
There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylet, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions.
What do you mean?
Number one, your true identity is that of a villain.
Shed those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Such as his beard? They mentioned scissors before.
Are you not?
Huh. And number two, the other conclusion I've drawn. You are, at this very moment, no less in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you've been discovered. Does it not?
Ah! Oh no! Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Shlome's great deductions with my own eyes.
That was a great deduction.
Nothing can deceive Mr. Shlomes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What an ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true.
She's so cute.
I can hardly believe it, but all the colors drained from Mr. Roylet's face. It looks like somehow both Mr. Schlome's conclusions were right. How?
How could you?
How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain now how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. To put plainly, let us work through my deductions together.
Topic: old man's identity.
So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylet, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want to such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us right in the face. You were on the verge of using those shears to cut away that copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question that begs this is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylet? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylet.
Oh, whoops. I totally read through a break. My bad.
I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity. The article about the revolutionary.
But they don't look the same.
In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of this article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing the most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylet. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah! And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the fervent glance falls. The proof of your crimes sit before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare.
No, I refuse.
What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein.
Don't be absurd.
And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to the life of crime, are we? Your careless what's this? Coudeu?
It's this last
Is that French?
Yeah,
Must be
it's French, because it's like coup d'etat, but it's like coup d'etat. Coup de...
Couteau? I don't know.
Betrays you.
Sometimes they don't read everything.
Huh?
sometimes they don't read everything
Who's they?
in French, and they don't read
Yeah.
the
What the-
letters.
The turtle.
Once again, we only need to follow your fervent glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, more stimulating article.
Doi.
If we...
That's how they say it.
Ku... Doi?
Doi.
Doi?
Doi.
Doi?
Doi.
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 Am I saying it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
that's
okay.
it. Doi.
I wasn't sure if you were correcting me or if we were being cute.
I was trying to say it better.
Oh. If we run from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. The renowned prima ballerina of 𝗟𝗶ሔር Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to only one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. This just, I think he has a point about the beard thing, so she wants to cut it off, but I'm pretty sure that's Pavlova. It's just kind of funny how it's like, he's really absurd, but half of what he says is always correct, and then half of it is just like very, very wrong.
Like, does she need if it's her? Does she need a shear to cut the beard? Can't she? If it's not
Maybe
even
she's
a
just
beard?
trying to cut it shorter. But then, I mean, she doesn't have the beard, then it doesn't cover her face as much. So, I mean, it's not attached, but
Yes, we will know.
Sato-san, that wasn't one of the greatest deductions I've been hearing. That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing about so much, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sherlom's brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Slomes, could you come over here a moment? Ray, what can I do for you? It's about your deduction. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's a newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing alike. Oh yes, I recall that discussion before, and at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Well able to revolutionize his own appearance. Sorry, just stuffing my mouth for a second. Don't forget to hydrate. In fairness, Mr. Slomes, Mr. Roylett does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not at just first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old in that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out of the case. Some years ago, I read something rather pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar. For such a sour bunch, it would be surely simplicity itself to contort oneself in the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Shlom's. Ugh, this whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, there's something that's occurred to me about Mr. Shlom's deductions just now. I think his powers of observations are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention, his logic seems a little off. Your idea of a little off might be a little off itself, Miss Susato. It's just 1 or 2 key words in his deduction that seems to let him down. I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch 2 keywords in his deductions.
Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Shlom's great deduction.
Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind.
This man is a lot of work.
At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me.
Not that funny.
Ah, and you, my good fellow.
Sorry. Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists. Ah! What? Why are your handcuffs?
Huh?
How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. Oh no, I don't believe it. Mr. Shlom's, you're on marvel.
And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists once we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Shlom's is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Shlom's. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously catches the eye in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in her hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring at us in the face. We're on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport.
I'm not sure. Would you really like to use shears like that to cut off a beard?
I doubt there's something I'd ever have to worry about. Doesn't sit quite right with me, though.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a key word here, Naruhodo-san. See if it helps the matter.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if that's really his beard he intends to use those shears on. Exactly. If we manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Shlom's deduction better, then what? And I'll leave the rest to your capable hands, Naruhodo-san.
Why am I the one to do something about this? Anyway, yeah, so Demi, obviously you had a point about the, why would she need to cut it if she's not actually attached to her face?
Yeah.
What is it she wants to cut?
What? Yeah, she won't need to cut a beard if it wasn't growing on her face.
Oh.
That's what I was trying to...
Yeah, so I'm wondering, like, what does she want to cut then?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we can use to switch around that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for?
The hair under the hat.
Also, remember when...
oh, look, her hair, golden locks.
Oh.
What were you gonna say?
Also, when she was looking to the side, the camera panned to the place where we hang the hangers. Yeah. Instead of the suitcase. Although Sherlock Holmes deduced incorrectly. So maybe there's something about that.
I think that the snake is in the snake might be in the suitcase. Because there is definitely something in the suitcase, but just not a girl.
Yes!
You were on the verge of using those to cut those locks.
Oh hey, look, so cool.
You were on the verge of using those shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise details intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You are not a man at all. You are a woman. And judging by the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no! If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question begged, then, is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of those magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Surely there's no need. It needs no further clarification. The evidence reveals that your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise. Now hold us on. You're enjoying this, aren't you? I'm sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing the fact that with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. No, strictly... Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't quite fit the facts at all now. No, it's true, given the fact that Mr. Roylett is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try and hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either heard about a young woman in a situation like this recently. Alright, I'll do my best.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is that, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of 𝗟𝗶ሔር Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of 𝗟𝗶ሔር Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Oh, don't. Why would you faint with those? Oh. Oh my. I wonder if she's still wearing the crown.
He suddenly got thinner.
And she has boobs.
Oops.
Oops.
I guess the beard was hiding all that.
It's like part of the beard was sticking out, but the other part was just lining the inside of her jacket. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have the propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah! I can assure you, those eyes speak much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies in the fervent glance where the fervent glance falls.
The proof of your crime sitting before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case.
It's the wardrobe like Debbie said.
This woman is a ballerina. She's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems like she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, thank you. What is the crime the young woman is apparently committing? Ha! I could see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You look pleased, Naruhodo-san. You like the idea of a chance to dance around Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something here that shows what this woman is up to.
Yara, whoa. You can barely see that there. Oh yeah, just lay it. Just lay it out there. On the frickin', you know, desk. No big deal.
Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it.
What, me?
Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does that tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
I just imagine them standing there, having this conversation in like real time.
Yeah.
And then, you know, Nicolina and Shlomes are just standing there, just like waiting for them to finish.
The pace really won't translate well in maybe anime.
Oh, I can move.
But yeah. That's what you want to do with the cats? Kinda.
Cats?
The cat game.
Oh, yeah, kind of.
And,
Yeah. So, like, for example, you can't see the tiara, but you move to the side. What exactly are they trying to...
The waste paper basket. Let's have a little look inside. Naruhodo-san. It's poor etiquette they're sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
Okay, then do we look at this, then?
A very small case, isn't it? You can see instantly that no person could possibly fit inside there. So does that tell us that Miss Pavlova's telling Vance is somewhere in this focus on something else? If that's true, though, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Well, there's nothing incriminating inside this case. Why does she refuse to let us look inside? Yes, I wonder why. Perhaps she has a perfectly harmless reason, though.
She stole the tiara! Like, I don't... How else do you want me to say it? Like, didn't you press R?
Yes!
Oh. Wow. Okay.
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the 𝗟𝗶H ballet. Is it not? Indeed. It would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! Yeah?
I hear static in the game.
Uh-oh. Like before?
Yeah, I know. Buzzing sound. It's me. Wait. Is it me?
The voice is doing the static?
I'm hearing the static all the time, but is that saying that when I speak there's static?
Maybe. I'll restart the game just in case anyway.
I can also restart. Rejoin the Discord. Maybe.
Sure. Welcome back. Do you still
Hello.
hear static?
Now that you are not streaming, I can't.
Oh.
It was only in the game.
Oh. So it wasn't like on my stream, it was like through the Discord stream noise. Is that what you're saying?
So it was not. So I guess it was not on the stream.
I don't think so.
For everyone to see. Okay.
For everyone to hear, perhaps.
It's weird. Sorry, guys.
You good?
Maybe it's my PC that's old.
Oh, interesting. So move the background to whatever case we were on last. Oh, really?
I'm hearing everything fine now. Thank you.
Weird. Your voice was robotic on stream or something. You sound fine to me.
Maybe I just needed to restart. Yeah, that's weird.
I remember we had something like this before where they're saying your guys' voices were robotic. Do you remember what happened? What we did to fix it?
I know that robotic usually means bad connection, but in this case, I mean, it could have been my connection, but still, if you heard me fine, it was probably on your side. Maybe it's weird.
Oh well.
No, thanks, Ada.
I'm just finishing a bite. I have no one. No family. No friends. I'm all alone. And I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia? It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's running away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Let me close the door. Alright, I'll tell you everything. There's no point in hiding. There's no point in hiding it now.
Come, come. Let's not... Let us not be hasty.
What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open up this traveling case of yours in our presence. It's reasonable to conclude, therefore, there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I've even laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited for a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup de deal?
I don't remember.
Betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your fervent glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books of the shelf. What? Completely changed tact with his deduction now.
I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you?
Maybe.
But why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf to all this?
It's just a wild guess, surely.
Oh, do you think so?
Or doesn't it seem like the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open a case would be written inside a book that doesn't even belong to her?
Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be in the same area if that's where her gaze was voluntarily drawn.
I agree. That's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookshelf. Maybe it says rules of passage because it says no pets.
These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS 𝗟𝗀. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects on their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. There was exactly the same notice in our cabin too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe in 𝗟𝗀. You'd probably be left adrift in the freezing cold ocean, or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end.
Well, I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I?
Yes!
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours, there's something forbidden from carriage in this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time. No weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed as a forbidden on the vessel's rule of passage. A pet. Ah. Look at those fingies. Deduction complete. Elementary.
You did it.
So clearly you aren't who you say you are.
No, I am not 𝗟𝗶ጵሔ𝗹𝗀. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during your ballet company's performance in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The 𝗟𝗀𝗀 is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she have really snuck into port without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet, to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well enough alone. So if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let the scream out when you heard outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of the bell, while that veritable tinkling of a bell? Well, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away from Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That is why I decided to, disgust myself, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself to that questionably old man. I see. I put on the fur hat and the fake beard, and then just before you came, I saw in the newspaper right on the page. There was a picture of me. I was so frightened. I could not stop from screaming. I knew that if I did not change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut off all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and at that precise moment, we walked into the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing?
There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, he'll say anything to the crew.
Your secret is safe with us, I assure you, but in return, you must tell us as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night.
Yes, alright. I will tell you. Well, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀, wasn't that something? Shlom's great deduction.
It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what, but at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. It's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. And one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists.
Your hands are cuffed again.
What?
But how?
True to my word, I've restored your shackles.
When and why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀. I'm sorry to say. It can't be helped in the moment.
Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what's the speckled band in the that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was.
Tell me about the friend.
So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh please, don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. If they found out, my precious. Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Slomes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? Is it? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit. Ha! You credit Russia as the... Oh. Whoops. Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh. Don't they have small rabbits? Don't they have small rabbits there, then? You may well ask. I have no idea. Huh. You two are miserable burglars when it comes to understanding the nature of a ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. I think it's a snake. Somehow. No, maybe not. It's a snake wouldn't move around that much.
I heard snakes taste like chicken.
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is closely guarded secret, not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The 𝗟𝗶ጵሔር𝗹𝘀? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The 𝗟𝗶ጵሔር𝗹𝘀 gives us only little food and water. We must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stay, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes. And the crew on the ship, they have all been so kind to me. They let me come on board, and yet they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates the most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Burya stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, Spray, that you came to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He does seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. What? Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Tell us what really happened. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crew told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died. He was a friend of mine. Oh! That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed that if that had happened.
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I can think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, I see. Pavlova, would you take a look at this?
I don't know. I don't know anything. Mr. Naruhodo, you're frightening the poor girl.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to. Maybe this. This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary.
Yes, he wrote in it last night before he died. Something unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions is joined to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall.
In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you, or the whistling sound perhaps? No. I don't know anything.
Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylet. Yes? But... Wow. She's fast. Captain would like to speak to you. Speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright. I will come now. What? You must leave, now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylet.
Get out! The passenger said out. Or do you want me to throw you out?
Looks like we'll have to leave the investigating of this cabin until later. What a pity.
And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we are unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown out into the passageway outside. They can't grab us all! 7th of January, SS for first class cabin.
I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we had managed to find some clue as to what the speckled band might be.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that cell guarding the door.
His shirt is a little short. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it.
Oh, wait a minute. What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go?
Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that?
He still slipped away quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists.
Ah, a trap for catching mice.
Yes, we have plenty of those back in Japan.
Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Ah, yes. I think it's what they call it's called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows.
Cheese. I wonder what it tastes like.
You can't eat it, 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗀𝘀. The trap will snap shut on your fingers.
Really? But
I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you?
all I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers.
Don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find you a little snack for you later.
First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's.
Sorry?
Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin.
You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I was wondering if Inspector Hosanaga has managed to uncover any clues.
Yes, we should probably find him and ask.
He's moved slightly.
It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes. On that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosanaga is unscathed.
What do you mean, unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗀𝘀? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating.
Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know.
You. Where did you go?
Oh, sorry. I just went to the next door cabin.
Why? Who gave you permission for this?
Well, Seaman Hosanaga did.
That's no Japanese. What is it? Just later I will roll him into a ball and throw him into a cold room.
Phew. Gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosanaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account.
He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him out for steak at La Carnival.
That could be a very long time from now, 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗀𝘀.
BRB, getting water.
Okie dokie.
Drink, Floof, drink.
Thanks.
As if your life depended on it. Because it does.
Elections. By bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as of yet. I'm most certain that whatever it is inside the case inside her cabin, a friend, there's more to this than it seems, I think. All the books provided for the passengers occupying this cabin they arranged on the shelf. They're all over the place when we first stood around, if you remember. Oh yes, you tied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabin leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked him over. Nope. I come back. I was waiting for Diamond to come back, but now he's taking forever.
Back.
Welcome back. I was just saying about how I was waiting for you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Because I was waiting for you as I used a chance to eat, and I only looked at like the sign in the back because that we already read because it was unchecked. So I was like, oh, I wonder what they say. Basically the same thing. And then an ad happened, so I was like, okay, well I guess I might as well keep waiting. And then I'm like, oh well, you know.
I was
wait.
thinking that the ads every hour being big, it's kind of good. People can go to the bathroom and everything, not miss the stream.
Mm-hmm. And I mean that's one of the reasons why I, like having it consolidated, and luckily this time it actually is. Also remind me to actually check the VODs to see if all this, like, you might know that copyright isn't as much of an issue anymore, but just to double check that there actually are on actually different audio tracks, because I've never checked after all that.
There was a copyright, 2 copyright songs on the previous VOD. It was the Evangelions song, and the one with the animal attacking the people building the house.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, just those 2.
I guess I even wasn't really thinking of that one in particular, but that too. I'm not going to end right this second, but when there's like a natural end point, I'll probably end the stream a little bit early. Just to recoup a little bit. And tomorrow will be... Yeah, tomorrow will be viewer's choice. Actually viewer's choice. Again. Rather than me, being like, we're doing Chronicles! Anyway. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. Though it's clear that these letters were written in the ink somehow spilled on the floor. And they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗀𝘀, as you were sleeping in there. But it's truly unambiguous. It should have just spelt out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-san would have written his last words, or word, in Russian, which begs the question of who did write it. So this ventilator joins Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before she died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. A speckled band, as he described it. Only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seems as baffled as we are. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same thing about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't quite sit right with me. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing in his diary. Yeah, we know about this. Looking at his writing here on the page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗀𝘀. We will. Oh, shit.
Me.
We got beat up. Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face! Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Just a mere flesh wound. Made by a bear, maybe?
when I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate. He told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. Though it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh?
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like 𝗟𝗶ሔር𝗸𝘀. I don't believe he was German, though. Ah, yeah, that explains it.
Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out.
Yes, let's do it.
What? 𝗟𝗶H𝗸𝘀? She's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is?
Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel?
Oops, I think I upset him there.
Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of information for you.
Oh, what? Yes, please do tell us, Inspector, please.
What is this new information you have, Inspector?
It's this.
The 𝗟𝗂 medical officer has finished his examination of the body. Oh wait, but he's not British. I've managed to obtain the report.
Oh. Kazuma's post-mortem report. Kazuma-sama.
So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what is written in the report.
His
It's in the neck.
neck was broken?
Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all.
Well, what weapon was used then?
Nothing's been found out as of yet. The fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests that it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark.
Oh, I see.
Wouldn't it leave a bruise, though?
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It's a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left.
Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I?
Ah.
The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, wasn't he?
Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept around the floor investigating. But he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored.
Did he say anything at all?
Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it.
It's shoe polish!
That was all he said.
Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant.
This brown thing's probably shoe polish. It was when he was over there, by the broken piece of broken glass, do you see?
Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, don't you think? Ah, yes, this must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes notice shoe polish?
That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea.
What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Oops. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repair them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, I imagine that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asagi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Maybe I should... Oops. Oh, I can't present anything to him? Whoopsie whoopsie. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Human Stroganoff is gone! Strong enough? A burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Oh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la. You hear that? It sounded like someone singing. La 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 lira lira la. I did it to the great detective. I did it the great detective way. This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Oh, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely. Or the stringy knot.
A trap with cheese on the corner.
For mice. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. That's how they discovered what trees was. And Ryu was like, I wonder what that tastes like. And she's like, you weren't planning on actually taking it, would you? And he's like, no. It's stroganoff, not stinky knot. Stringy knot. Sticky knot. Oh, it's open. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. So Sato-san. Oh! Where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. Not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. Must investigate as quickly as you can.
Suppose you're right. Kazuma's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port, in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhado-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open. Completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes.
Hey Blur, how you doing? Blur Neko? We have another cat?
Another stray?
Another stray! Sorry, for the yawn. Oh yeah, for sure. How you doing, Blur? Did you find us through Chronicles? Or did you find us through Furry or Root VTuber? Something like that. It's also, where are you from? I'm from New York. Through Chronicles. Nice. We just started it because we finished the entire trilogy of the first Ace Attorney. Now we're doing Chronicles, and then we're gonna do Apollo. And yeah, usually I go till 6. But today I'm probably gonna end early because I did a big charity stream yesterday. And so I'm kinda pooped. But yeah. At the very least I hope to see you soon if we don't last much longer here. But yeah.
Every Tuesday, it's Ace Attorney Day.
Yeah, Turnabout Tuesday. But yeah.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard this SS 𝗟𝗀𝘀. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now?
Look inside. Was there any like scales or fur or something? Come on.
Naruhado-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in here, but no such luck. Oh, this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Oh, also Blur, have you played this yourself? Be interesting to know.
Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe. If there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of the cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Oh, did you finish it all the way through? It's impressive. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it so far. It's definitely a different feel.
The occupants of both cabins would die of... Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator.
Also, their heads feel fuzzy, so maybe there's...
Oh, yeah.
Maybe there is an element of that.
All the books have toppled over together, look, every single one. You think there's a god of a sea, perhaps? It's toppled those too. Exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all down in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them straight again here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray.
But also, the fact that she did it in the other room, wasn't that like messing with evidence?
I guess Japanese people still don't have that care. I mean the laws. Yeah.
There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She only occupied this cabin for any time at all. It's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian.
Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. There's one of those next door in the bed of Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. No. I didn't expect anyone to actually come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret.
I'm surprised they didn't comment about, like, they didn't even come for a Westerner type of thing.
It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Or, because Miss Pavlova only came to this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you? Naruhodo-san. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it's put there deliberately. Ah, do you think it could have been a leak on the roof just above here?
What? A leak?
Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there was a little leak on the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. Hey Blender, welcome back.
Hey Blender.
No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san.
Yeah, we know. Poor etiquette. Let's see if there's anything new.
However,
special circumstances. You were here when it first happened, right? So essentially, we found the person who's in the room right next to us was the ballerina. She's running away. She's 15 years old, and she's trying to, and she was, like, pretending to be an old man. An old Russian man who kind of vaguely resembled the villain guy. So, yeah.
This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolt latch that our cabin door has. The bolt's drawn across. There's no way anyone could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across on its own accord, would it? No, the door's made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater from coming in. You couldn't use the method you told me about passing thread through the crack in the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me.
Kazuma died. His damage to his neck, they think maybe a blunt instrument. But yeah, so it killed him because there's so many nerves there and stuff. But otherwise there's no outward wounds and it's not poison. They don't think so. Where else do we go? Maybe we'll bump into the deck.
Imagine if the nerves, the cervical nerves, were damaged. He got paralyzed. How could he write stuff on the ground?
Good point. That's probably gonna come up.
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look! Oh, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you?
Yeah. I mean, I guess they did a pretty good job of, like, endearing him to you. Only to take him away. I mean, I wish I would have seen him for longer. But if they're gonna have to do it somehow, then I guess this is the way to do it.
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
I like that bag.
Maybe it's like the first game. They took our mentor.
Oh, that's
Right
true.
away.
Yeah, you're right. That's wow, yeah! What the fuck, dude? It's messed up.
Tra-la-la-la-la, lira-lira-lay, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply is simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, and when there was doubt, it's lucky 𝗟𝗯𝗀 was about. Excuse me.
I guess, Blunder.
I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did it to the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! What is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow while he's singing. I was just about to read the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you weren't going to stop, so I figured now is as good time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you please put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log, penned by the stockily built crewman who is usually on guard here. Oh, and he's very neat handwriting, so he was probably the one who wrote the Russian. Oh yes, the ship's log. And when did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. in the morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so...
You are truly a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it.
Sorry. Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crew oft stands sentry in the first-class passageway. He has almost a religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when it's just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is large and blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes. There were circumstances afoot which led the seaman to being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened?
And also, why didn't he just write it in later?
That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I will stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file.
The ship's log has been logged in the mental file.
Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes? Brilliance.
Oh, ouch.
What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more.
Okay, good night. Good night.
Well, my friends, until our next encounter.
Who's
Don't worry, Łuski won't miss much.
He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... Well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've been having some sort of a headache. Some sort of a continuous throbbing. Oh, you too?
Did he take the log? He did.
That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape.
Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Come on, you know better. Not us.
There's Pavlova's cabin. This could be our chance.
Wait, I already checked it though. Yeah, we talked about this. We had this discussion. Ugh. What do you think I should do next?
As in... proceed in the game?
Hmm?
To proceed in the game?
Yeah.
Well... Did you inspect the sword? I think it might have been used to cut that
Yeah,
purple...
I did.
I don't know.
I've checked everything. I don't think there's anything else we can do in this room. Maybe we go to Miss Pavlova's room? Oh, ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
Ah, what is that? What's that?
Someone did the bell. Sounds like a tornado warning.
Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile force.
Full stop. Hard starboard. All hands. Brace for impact.
What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand.
Susato-san! I couldn't keep up with
You
that.
fall again.
No, you had to correct all the bookcases.
Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? Hey, look at that. The door is bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Oh, that's strange. How did it... And... Look at all the books. They're just like they were before again.
They put the whole ship to sleep or something? Jeez.
Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I better tidy this place up first.
That's not your fault.
Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Ah, good timing.
Continued. Oh, cute JoJo theme with music.
Yeah. Tomato sirens are the same sirens we used in nuclear warfare alerts. Oh, tornado. I thought you said tomato for some reason. Yeah, that was also that was actually I just called them tornado sirens, but I was actually thinking about the nuclear warfare sirens because I've been watching a lot of like historical shows and they have, you know, it's like during World War II or whatever. And I was like, why would they use that sound of all things? It's like, what do they feel like they're gonna give everyone PTSD, like, oh, we're all gonna get bombed. Alright, let me go. Stop. Let me go. Let me go! Oh, we already saved. Saving a gun. Okie dokie. Oh yeah? What's so fancy? I can't tell if you're being like you're kidding or not. Okie dokie. Yeah, we are going to raid 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗀𝘀.
Baby-chan?
Yeah.
Baby-chan? Maybe I don't follow them yet.
Possible. I've only raided them like once or twice.
Poof for poof!
Poof for poof. Yeah. I just feel a little tired. I figure rest a little bit. And then I'll jump back in tomorrow.
Oh, I've seen these siren. I'm gonna send it to you.
Dokie, bye bye.
Bye!
The game she's playing looks fun.